I'm gonna do something. Put on some what is it called? Touch VPN on it. Mute. Alright, actually no mute. Let's use incognito. 피곤해 죽겠다. Alright, mute. Mozilla. I was saying, how am I gonna escape the Matrix? I've been searching Yandex and then Google also. Nothing to be found, honestly. I've been basically thinking of, you shouldn't always think of how others think of you. It's all a web, anyways. It's all a fucking web of connections. It doesn't matter, anyways. Nobody cares, bro. None of it matters. Anyways, what does matter is, I don't know, just none of it matters. None of it matters. I'm muted again, by the way. Guys, it's 3:33. I might take a shower soon after this. 34, bro. Love you. Alright, I'm gonna take a shower now. Touch. Alright. 아, 씨발 죽는 거 뭐냐. 아, 목말라. 음식 시킬걸. Brain box. Pencil game. Bragging box. 틱톡 브레이킹 박사. 틱톡 브레이킹 박사. 틱톡 브레이킹 박사. 내가 유튜브 기껏 그거 주는 거 씨발 안 보더라. 안 보고 있더라. 뭐 복사해놨다네. 씨발 복사는 해놨다는데 하나도 안 본 거네. 하나도 보질 않았다는 거네. 왜 준 거야? 정신과 빠지자 그냥 저거. 미친년한테 맡기 싫어. 시발년한테 맡기 싫어. 갑자기 갈 필요도 없어질 것 같아. 나중에 한번 그거 내 병원에 복사 올 때 it's not a law that I should go there. 안 갈 거야. 그냥 가지 말자. 오늘이 이제 더 이상 정신과 갈 필요는 없을 것 같아. 힘들기도 하고 이제 더 이상 갈 필요 없을 것 같아. 다 기록이 있으니까. Exposed on the internet. 술 먹어야지 알 수 있을 것 같아. 문제가 되게 많은 건데 술 먹어야만 살 수 있어. 그건 문제야. 어제 먹었잖아. 그래서 이거 What is the basal ganglia? 고양이 박사. 군사 5, 6, 7. No, the psychiatric drugs kill brain cells. No, I don't trust this. Fuck off. Fuck you. Retard. Just like the children's section. The children's section. Looks like the children's section. Children's section. Ah. Yo. Let's sleep soon. I need pants. Alright, I'm a fucking sleep soon. It's such a We're gonna sleep soon, but we'll see. I just took a shower maybe in an hour or two.
Documenting the entire journey of life in order to see.
Who is this guy? I wanna know that first. Leon Hankos.
crap. 1 million a year?
$1 million for nothing in only 12 months while documenting the entire journey of life for everyone to see.
I own my entire network. I'm draining my bank account to $0. I'm leaving behind my seven-figure business, putting all my belongings in storage, and I don't even have a place to live. This is the $1 million comeback.
Did you know that Project Sonic ain't like this? No, everything was incredible.
This is my one pair of clothes that I'm taking with me. I have a cell phone and I have a backpack with camera gear. The keys are officially turned in. The project has started. Now I gotta figure out what to do.
What I didn't know at the time was that this was going to be the toughest year of his life. But why did he decide to do it?
I'm gonna try to panhandle maybe a couple bucks. Not worry about food at all. I can go a couple days without eating. Hey, how are you? I was wondering, do you have any like water cups by any chance? Finally, someone nice enough to give me some water.
See, it was the beginning of 2020, and countless people had lost everything. And he wanted to be a living example that you can make a comeback even at your lowest point. But could he really reach $1 million in 12 months again?
Everything I tried didn't work. I did have someone message me on Craigslist that said they'll give me $100 if I let them. I started thinking, like, I'm gonna be sleeping on the streets a lot longer than I thought. I don't know if I can do this. Alright, so it's 11 o'clock. Didn't make any money. I venture here that I'm gonna be sleeping on tonight, so.
But there was no going back now. He had publicly committed all of
When was this? 2021 November.
social media, hired an entire production team, and this was about something bigger than just himself.
The goal of the project was to help as many people as possible.
So giving up was never an option. But things took a turn.
Something amazing happened. Out of nowhere, like this kid hit me up and said, like, hey man, you can crash here. Offered to drive 30 minutes.
They committed all of his
Do this. Alright, so it's 11 o'clock. Didn't make any money. I venture here that I'm gonna be sleeping on tonight, so.
But there was no going back now. He had publicly committed all of the social media, hired an entire production team, and this was about something bigger than just himself.
The goal of the
But
so.
there was no going back now. He had publicly committed all of the social media, hired an entire production team, and this was about something bigger than just himself.
The goal of the project was to help as many people as possible.
So giving up was never an option. But things took a turn.
Something amazing happened. Out of nowhere, like this kid hit me up and said, like, hey man, you can crash here. Offered to drive 30 minutes to pick me up. See, that's what she said. I should have given her weather. Yeah. She did my phone. It's really emotional. How nice of an act this was. I promise you, I'll repay you for all of this. Okay, thank you. I mean, you don't have to, but thank you so much. This is the RV that I slept in last night.
And this was a short window of opportunity to get back on his feet.
I still have a pair of clothes. The first is these boxes back on.
So he had to make some money, but this time he
What I started doing is just taking ads on Craigslist in the free section, putting it on Facebook Marketplace, and selling it for a profit. I acted as the middleman, handling all the. So he had to make some money, but this time, what I started doing is just taking ads on Craigslist in the free section, putting it on Facebook Marketplace, and selling it for a profit. I acted as the middleman, handling all the logistics between the buyer and the seller. And it worked. I just sold my first couch for $100. Although this was literally only 0.01% towards the final goal. With that, he was finally able to buy some clothes, some decent food after not eating for days, and most importantly, deodorant. Sorry. On day 3, he made a walk-in towards the final goal. With that, he was finally able to buy some clothes, some decent food after not eating for days, and most importantly, deodorant. Sorry. On day 3, he made a whopping $250 flipping couches. Hey Mike, what have you got there? It's a nice computer. Yeah, that's just a brand new used Chromebook. I'm gonna take that. Oh, it's just not working. But Mike had to figure out how to get his own place because Isaac, the guy who helped him on day 1 and now lived with in the RV, still had no idea about the project and who Mike really was. Because he was going undercover as Scott, so he wouldn't get any extra help. If Isaac found out, Mike would have to cut off contact, which is one of them. That was the final goal. Logistics between the buyer and in the free section, putting it on Facebook Marketplace, and selling it for a profit. I acted as the middleman, handling all the logistics between the buyer and the seller. And it worked. I just sold my in the free section. I was looking for assistance. I get these boxes back on. So he had to make some money, but this time, he had a plan. What I started doing is just taking ads on Craigslist in the free section, putting it on Facebook Marketplace, and selling it for a profit. I acted as the middleman, handling all the logistics between the buyer and the seller. And it worked. I just sold my first couch for $100. Although this was literally only, and most importantly, deodorant. Used Chromebook. I'm gonna take that. Oh, it's just not working. But Mike had to figure out how to get his own place because Isaac, the guy who helped him on day 1 and now lived with in the RV, still had no idea about the project and who Mike really was because he was going undercover as Scott, so he wouldn't get any extra help. If Isaac found out, Mike would have to cut off contact, which is one of the many. Rules he set up for the project, and then he'd be back on the streets again. So he had to get vengeance into his bank account. I applied to 10 different jobs in one night, and the next day I woke up and I had 3 interviews. So he spent the last 40 vengeance into his bank account. I applied to 10 different jobs in one of contact, which is one of the many rules he set up for the project, and then he'd be back on the streets again. So he had to get vengeance into his bank account. I applied to 10 different jobs in one night, and the next day I woke up and I had 3 interviews. So he spent the last $40 he had to join a co-working space where he could use much better computers and such jobs in one night, and the next of contact, which is one of the many rules he. So he spent the last $40 he had to join a co-working into his bank account. I applied to 10 different jobs in one night, and the next day I woke up and I had 3 interviews. So he spent the last $40 he had to join a co-working space where he could use much better computers and start trading time night, and the next day I woke up and I had 3 interviews.
So he spent the last projects into his bank account.
I applied to 10 different jobs in one night, and the next day I woke up and I had 3 interviews.
So he spent the last $40 he had to join a co-working space where he could use much better computers and start trading time for money, even if that means working as a telemarketer for only $10 an hour.
$25 an hour working for a law firm is a virtual assistant. So I went over to Isaac. I was like, hey, would you be cool with lending me your car and I'll do food delivery? I'll give you the majority of everything I make.
Best delivery driver ever.
You heard it. Dude, I can split this bike platform. It's also like $300, $400. Let's eat. Just left the thrift store. Got all these shirts. You looking for a sugar daddy? Hit me up. $220.
But still, with all this work, he was barely getting by.
For the first time, my bank actually overdrew. I was not expecting this to take this long for me to get out of this situation.
Until things got even worse.
We put this in the footage, but Derby got a cockroach infestation. It was really bad. Imagine trying to sleep in a place where there's cockroaches everywhere and actually crawling on you. But one night, I looked my arm and a cockroach just swiped off, and I sat up. I'm done. I will not live here another week.
He just had to get one client for some service that would pay him a few grand.
I literally just spent all weekend. I sent so many sales proposals.
Until he finally got someone to pay him for monthly marketing services.
$1,500. Dopamine just blasting through my head. I just had money now.
So he was able to move out of the RV into a small shed. And to come full circle, now he could finally repay Isaac by helping him sell the RV for $2,000 more than he expected.
I bought a MacBook for him as a thank you present, paid for by my business. I was going to pay for 2 flights to Germany, because he really wanted to go to Germany. Just thank him for everything. He just stopped responding to my texts.
Who knows, maybe he reaches out now if he sees something else.
I want this German. Because he really wanted to go to Germany. Just thank him for everything, and then he just stopped responding to my texts.
Who knows, maybe he reaches out now if he sees something else.
I want this Germany tickets.
But to eventually read
Because he really wanted to go to Germany. Just thank him for everything, and then he just stopped responding to my texts.
who knows, maybe he reaches out now if he sees something else.
I want this Germany tickets.
But in order to eventually reach the $1 million milestone, he had to build a real business, ideally a scalable one, like an e-commerce company.
I am at the farmer's market here and looking for people that are selling product that can maybe partner with and sell online.
And after making some connections with a manufacturer and looking at trends, he decided on a very specific niche, a coffee brand for dog lovers that donates a percentage of profits to saving dogs. So with Gordon, way was the fact that he had a very specific niche, a coffee brand for dog lovers that donates a percentage of profits to saving dogs. So what got in the way was the fact that he had to document everything.
I was spending it 40 to 60 hours a week on production and marketing and running the production team alone while I was homeless in the beginning of the project. I remember being in meetings with the guys, and I'd be like, I haven't eaten today. I don't have money to get back to the RV park. I gotta get out of this meeting, and you guys have to figure it out. Because if I don't flip the couch today, I have to sleep in the office.
We need to shoot, quick overview, we need to shoot how to. Our animator overseas just quit.
You're spending 25 grand a month on production.
$25,000 earned per month on producing the project and marketing.
Paying for it out of his own pockets.
I only spend 1 hour on my business. This has been a consistent theme. I'm not going to be able to build $1 million business like that.
25,000 eaten today. I don't have money to get back to the RV park. I gotta get out of this meeting, and you guys have to figure it out. Because if I don't flip the couch today, I have to sleep in the office.
We need to shoot, quick overview, we need to shoot how to. Our animator overseas just quit.
You're spending 25 grand a month on production.
$25,000 earned per month on producing the project and marketing.
Paying for it out of his own pockets.
I only spend 1 hour on my business. This has been a consistent theme. I'm not gonna be able to build $1 million business like that.
How much money have you made so far? It's underwhelming. You make less than minimum wage. You feel like a failure.
I can't be working all these hours. I need to build my business.
Do you feel the pressure of having people look at you and potentially failing in public? Does that keep you up at night?
I'm so tired. I just got word the client decided to, I guess, fire us.
He had to get really strategic with his time and money. Either cut expenses to invest more into launching the e-commerce business, or invest money to save more time. For example, by hiring freelancers.
Jay, you logged 2.5 hours. You said you're gonna log a full day today, dude. We need to get this site up. Oh God, I've never gotten that pissed. It's starting to get to the point where I'm like lining up my head, being able to hit this goal, but I don't feel like I'm far enough.
But out of desperation, Mike came up with a brilliant idea that would not just cut his biggest expense, but might actually make him.
I am finding a location. Let's say it's $4,000 a month. Right? I'm gonna rent out 4 of the bedrooms for $1,000 a month, so it pays for the place, and then that 5th bedroom I'm gonna get for free. That is what I call rent hacking. This is a 4-story place. This would be my room. Walk-in closet here. This would be my bathroom. I'd be going from RV park to this 3 months. In this podcast room or something. Wow, this place is big.
He makes it valuable by setting up this house specifically for like-minded business owners. And because his fake identity, Scott, doesn't have a good credit score, he just found someone to co-sign with.
What do you think is like a fair percentage of profit to do for you doing like the credit partner stuff? All right, I got the official lease. How cool is it? I went from living in an RV to this place, rent-free, plus I would make money.
And also, the coffee brand was finally ready to launch.
Oh, where's business? We got coffee. We got our first coffee order ever. This time, 4 months ago.
Bro, how am I gonna get rich? Dude, do you want to be rich or? This guy's brokey shit. Why is he? I don't know. I'm getting brokey vibes from this one.
I was thinking about switching on a bench. If you were like, I hate my job, you can't stand my new job, quit. Save up some money, downsize, quit. Figure out what you want to do.
And with roughly 9 months left, maybe it was still possible to reach the $1 million milestone.
There's a lot of people that have built a company in 9 months have gotten to $1 million. I'm healthy, my family's healthy, it's all that matters. Tuesday learned that my dad was officially diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. My dad is the single most important person to me in my life.
The typical survival rate for that is 14%, what I was told, like 12 to 18 months.
Believe it or not, yes, it could be better, but also be much worse. The man on is kind of world. Fight, Michael. The fight begins. Don't get upset.
And here we see where Mike got his unwavering optimism from his dad. He gets a terminal diagnosis and still considers himself to be the luckiest man in the world. After months of struggling, overcoming hopelessness, working 100-hour weeks to run an entire production team, and trying to make $1 million at the same time.
100-hour weeks? Yo, how many hours is that? I mean, if you're nothing to do but make money, but makes sense. Every waking now.
Now this happened. This was real life now. Mike had a decision to make. Continue the project or quit.
Some things are going to change because I'm going to be moving home to spend time with my dad. We're going to figure it out, you know? This is what happens in the world.
It was like life was testing Mike, whether you can actually be a leader, live by the message of the project, and overcome this adversity.
You get dealt cards. You have to play the hand you're dealt.
His dad wanted to continue because now this was actually about more than just making $1 million. It was about living by the values his dad taught, making the best out of every situation, even in times of struggle, and lit a fire.
I wrote it down. 1 in 20,000 DMs, people reaching out saying, you impacted my life in a positive way. That's all I wanted.
So could he still reach the $1 million goal now that things got even more challenging?
And I want to make that very, very clear. I don't think I was going to hit it.
But they had a pretty good time. Coffee is one of Setting up a monthly subscription would be a game changer. And if they could acquire new customers to try out their products, they might become long-term repeat buyers.
Smile, dance, we put up our first TikTok, and TikTok went semi-viral. Almost 3,200 followers.
Holy shit, what? I think we got our first coffee club subscription.
Well, I was driving, smile, dance, we put up our first TikTok, and TikTok went semi-viral. Almost 3,200 followers.
Holy shit, what? I think we got our first coffee club subscription.
Well, I was driving, Etsy order, $34,221. Our ad account got disabled. This is what I do when I'm angry. So I made a list of things I'm grateful for. The first is Mark Zuckerberg. I'm grateful for big tech. So now I feel better.
Things now started moving faster, but that also created more problems. Mike was still juggling way too many things, spending only 5 hours a week with the e-commerce company, trying to squeeze in family time, making content to document the $1 million comeback, and researching cancer to help his dad. So far, he had spent $250,000 on producing the project, and the channel still hadn't taken off. His goal to impact 20,000 people seemed impossible, with only a few hundred views per video.
So it was like a layer of stress, having to get the team pumped up. Like, guys, look at these.
Project, and the channel still hadn't taken off. His goal to impact 20,000 people seemed impossible, with only a few hundred views per video.
So it was like a layer of stress, having to get the team pumped up. Like, guys, look at these views. Look at me.
Until his own health started declining as well.
Throughout the entire project, we haven't shared it with you, but I've been in and out of the doctor's office. I actually have 2 autoimmune diseases. Even started developing a tumor on my hip. It's gotten to the point where I'm in pain every single day. Health, wealth, relationships, everything in my life is the lowest point.
I want to talk about a project real quick. I don't know if I should keep doing it. I really should be helping out my dad with his business. My dad leaves the business is totally done.
Should he end the project now? He was still far from hitting the $1 million goal and having a big impact. But then he got a message from a stranger that changed everything.
There was a guy, towards the end of the project, he reached out, I need to get on a call with you. Gets on the call and he literally just starts crying. He's like, dude, I was gonna kill myself. I came across your content, it just gave me hope. That was the best feeling I've ever felt in my entire life.
If he ended it now, with only $65,000 made and one person he deeply impacted, would the project be a failure or a success?
I wanted to help people that were struggling to get back on their feet and prove that it could be done. A lot of things about the situation suck, but I'm in control of how I see things.
Throughout all of this, no matter how hard life hit him, he made the best of everything and lived by the message he truly believed. That's what true leaders do. So he decided to end the project early to focus on fixing his own health and spending more time with his dad.
And now he's doing a lot better. Really well.
And who knows, maybe now, with this video, Mike is able to impact
I mean, that's the grind mindset, though. I can't dislike it, you know. Psychology is secure. His mental state different than a true one listener. So true. He has something to fall back on. Yeah. There's something. True, this is so true. He knows he's not really poor yet. If you're homeless, just buy a house. 그거 미국에는 기초생활 숙제도 없나? 사회적으로는 이미 죽은 존재다. 삶을 포기할 만큼 정신적으로 완전히 무너진 상태가 그렇게 사는 거야. 와, 정말 편한데 있었네. 노숙자가 노숙한 진짜네. I got something. Action, no reaction. No action, no reaction. No action, no reaction. Andrew Tate motivates me. I like him. He motivates me. He says, fight the matrix. Always fight, fight. He gives me strength. He gives me motivation.
My personal view when it comes to homeless, like if you're older, you're old, or you're a female, I'll give you some money. But if you're a military age,
Are we good? Why not?
you guys need help me.
How so?
I need money. I'm not actually rich.
No way.
Yeah, it's all a fucking scam. I live in a Toyota Camry.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Are we good? What?
And the reason I actually do this, all joking aside, is I'm extremely proud of what I've built. What we've built. Tristan, you and I are going to basically conquer. Yeah, from nobody who starts where we are from ends up where we are. And everyone pretends that they did. They have no supercars, they're not on the bowling, they weren't broke, they were living in a house where there was food, and they had a house. We had food. We had no food. You lived in a house. We lived in a house. We lived in a homeless shelter. Who said they did? They have no supercars and all the bowling. They weren't broke. They were living in a house where there was, like, food. And they had a house. We had food. We had no food. You lived in a house. We lived in a house. We lived in a homeless shelter. Sir, me and you are basically going to conquer the planet. Yeah, basically. Now our current trajectory, it's impossible for us not to become billionaires. Yeah, basically, yeah. B is exponential. B. And all we do is spend money. All we do is live the life. I should have tried.
How do I escape the Matrix?
It's astonishing. When you are in the process of
How is it that you're in the dream time? You have a crystal clear, full color dream, and whatever that is in that dream happens the next day, next week, or the next month. How would you're a good dream. You have a crystal clear, full color dream. And whatever that is in that dream happens the next day, or next week, or the next month, or 10 years later. How does that happen? Think about it. A thing that is experienced by almost every human in some point in life, that's a sort of a signpost that says, you're not only what you think you are. All I'm going to do is help you remember who you really are and give you some techniques to facilitate the sharpening of that ability. You can begin to practice that on a nightly basis, and as you do it, you will be stunned at how accurate you become in getting that information. The Tomorrow Pragya, the level where all things can be done. Everything can be done, past, present, future. What you just heard, I would say a handful of people know, even in classified projects, is highly compartmented. I'm going to share in a moment a few of these sort of techniques. Most people overthink it, but also they don't believe they can do it. And that's the beginning of programming yourself for failure. So what we want to do is hit the reset button, reprogram ourselves for success, for being able to do it. And all I'm going to do is help you remember who you really are and give you some techniques to facilitate the sharpening of that ability. That's really all I can do. The rest you're doing yourself. But this one I'm sharing right now is key to understanding the psychological and even physical dynamics of consciousness and non-locality and how it can be manifested. The ability to be a seer of a remote place or a remote time into the future. They're all easily accomplished if you understand the science and the fundamental knowledge of consciousness, its nature. You're not only what you think you are, locked in the frame of your physical form and in this time and place. You're actually connected in consciousness to every point of space and every point of time. And that includes, right now, the going back, going also forward, which is remote viewing into the future. This is something that has been unfortunately relegated to mysticism and to the field, a group of 3 or 4 people. You know, get a box or a basket.
What do you say if a guy who's working a 9 to 5, married to women, had a couple of kids, before he's 2 or 3 dollars a year?
Yeah, people that shut down their laptop at 5, want that balance in life, want to go to the soccer game, 9 to 5 only, they don't work for me. I can tell you that. I hope they work for my competitors. Yeah, people that shut down their laptop at 5, want that balance in life, want to go to the soccer game, 9 to 5 only, they don't work for me.
I know guys like if they want people to work 9 p.m. with 9 to 5 salary. Oh, modern way of looting. Looting. Sige. 왜 이렇게 웃기지?
Tell you that. I hope they work for my competitor.
Not gonna like it.
Yeah, people that shut down.
You told me go to school, get good grades, get a good education, right? I did that. At one point, I'm sitting at my job. I'm like, man, they're lying to me. I'm like, this is supposed to be the American dream. Working 60, 70-hour work weeks. By the way, my wife is doing the same thing. And every Sunday night I'm seeing this look on her face because as the sun begins to set, her face begins to drop. Guess what? Monday's getting closer. Monday's getting closer, man. I gotta go to work Monday morning.
Slave mindset. It's a slave mindset, is what it is. You gotta unwind this brain to a brain that Andrew Tate thing. You gotta follow these guys. They're giving you all this motivation. You gotta use that energy. I'm wasting this energy right now. Such a waste. Yo, this guy's Andrew Tate. Guys like Andrew Tate literally fucking appear in my algorithm to help me out. He's like screaming on top of his lungs to wake the fuck up. And I'm not doing it. And that's a sin. I'm doing a sin right now. I should not be doing this. I'm being sinful to Allah right now. I said I'm Islam. Okay, then be Islam. Trust God. You'll have strength to break through this. I'm gonna escape the system, bro. I'm gonna do it. I can do it. I believe it.
There are so many people that are working all day long doing something that is deeply unsatisfying and almost painful to them.
Yeah, soul killing.
Soul killing. They're stuck in traffic all day, and then they're stuck in a cubicle after that. They relish the time to take a shit in the bathroom and look at their phone. I mean, they literally do that. That's a highlight of someone's day. They get in traffic on the way home. They get home after that. They're watching television, and they're fucked.
The only two reasons you should work a 9 to 5, because let's be honest, while working a 9 to 5, you will always be trading your time for money, meaning there's a limit to how much money you can earn. You'll always be dependent on one source of income. You even have to ask your boss if it's okay to take a day off. You'll never be truly free working a 9 to 5. However, there's only two reasons you should be working a 9 to 5. Reason one, you truly enjoy your job. And I don't mean, I get to challenge myself and the pay is pretty decent, I guess, kind of job. No, I mean there's absolutely nothing else I would rather do than this kind of job. Then you should stick with it. And the only other reason to work a 9 to 5 is you're using your 9 to 5 as a stepping stone to freedom. You're using your 9 to 5 to grow your skills and learning on the job so you can eventually start freelancing or even start your own business. While working your 9 to 5, you're working on your side projects and growing your side hustle.
서브웨이가 픽한 베스트 조합을 쉽고 빠르게 주문하는 걸 한마디.
Is there a specific reason why you haven't been focusing on learning French as much? I see.
I'm John Martin. In 1969, an offer came to help. Quit your job and I'll give you $100 a month for the rest of your life. The offer came from John Martin, publisher and founder of Black Sparrow Press. Charles Bukowski, still an unknown writer, had spent his last decade at a soul-wrenching post office job. He wanted out. In a letter at the time, Bukowski wrote, "I have one of two choices. Stay in the post office and go crazy, or stay out here and play at writer and starve. I've decided to starve." 15 years later, Bukowski wrote a letter of gratitude to John Martin, thanking him for funding his escape. "Hello, John. Thanks for the good letter. I don't think it hurts, sometimes, to quit your job. You don't take lunch. Then there's overtime, and the books never seem to get the overtime right. And if you complain about that, there's another people simply empty out. They are bodies with fearful workers. Hey, the boss can come in here at any moment and lay all of us off. Just like that. Don't you realise that?" They would just look at me. Why couldn't they? I figured the park bench would never be begin to falter, and it must be helped up since the generous waited.
Yeah, man, like there's a real movement right now towards minimalism, or where people are trying to pare their life down as much as possible.
Yeah, I think people don't want to get involved with like banks and fucking having to like mortgage themselves and their lifestyle just for the sake of like having things.
Yeah.
And so they get into like stuff like camping and hiking.
Well, it's also, you got to think like, what do you really appreciate? What's important to you? Like, what's really important to you?
Yeah.
Because you don't have forever, right? So what is important to you? Because you only have 24 hours in a day. So what's important to you? Find out what the fuck that is and do more of that.
Yeah.
And try to figure out like how to make enough money so that you're not starving, that you're doing well.
Yeah.
But don't just chase that. Chase what you're trying to do. Like the point system attached to it, the monetary point system, it can get you all fucked up because it'll get you working like 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day.
To get what?
To get more stuff. To get better stuff, to get more prestigious stuff, to get stuff that, you know, all your other stuff having friends are really jealous of your stuff.
Yeah, you shouldn't die, bro. And it's not even long term. I mean, like, what are you getting out of it now?
That's what.
Rat race. Meaningless Jobs and Modern Slavery by Peterson.
You don't earn your way to a fortune. You invest your way, you compound it. Most people are trading time for money. As an entrepreneur, that's the worst trade you can ever make. What I try to do is say, listen, when you're an operator owner, let's set up this business on the side, a financial business with no employees, that will be an extraordinary economic nest egg that brings you income for life so you're free to do your business on your terms. But you've got to get started. The second thing is, you've really got to become an insider, as corny as that sounds. What you don't know will hurt you. And so I give you two simplistic things that most people probably have heard of, but they haven't applied. Almost everybody, when they go, where do I invest? Well, 90% of the population puts it to a 401k. 90% of those put it into a mutual fund. Makes sense. I'd go to someone who's going to manage my funds for me. They're going to make.
I mean, the annoyance though of like people holding it against you.
So I'm not gonna watch that. Let's get rich when you have 95 jobs. The extreme man fashion. I'm not gonna watch that.
That's what's most important. Yeah, a ton of people that are like, I don't want that shit. So I'm just gonna do a job, working on a tugboat in Seattle for a few months, save up money, and then go fucking enjoy myself.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are just choosing to look at everything that they can see, experience every new place that they can go to. That Henry Rollins podcast, man, it's a world changer.
Yeah.
That crazy fucker.
Yeah, it is.
He's fascinating.
Yeah.
I never met anybody like him. He's really fascinating.
Yeah, he goes and does stuff and sees stuff. I got a bunch of people doing gap years.
What's a gap year?
Yeah, exactly. What's a gap year? It's all over every other country, just not ours.
What's that mean?
In between high school and college. You're leaving your friends, you're about to make new friends.
Oh, take
Get out here for a year. In between college and grad school, or college and your first year of work, now's the time.
Well, European countries have point in this more relaxed approach to like the future and your life.
Yeah.
They really do. This conqueror's mentality. I wonder how many heart attacks we have in comparison to European people.
I don't know, but it's like we're not living our lives. Germans get off. Are you familiar with the vacation time leave in America?
What is it?
It's 2 weeks, pretty much.
That's it?
2 weeks vacation, 2 weeks sick.
Do you get paid vacation?
Paid vacation, 2 weeks.
Is that standard?
Yeah, that's the standard.
Okay.
They'll kind of get your sick time.
I can't breathe. Well, I'm saving up my sick days. What? You save them?
I took 4. I have 10 left over. Give me 5 for next year.
People with real jobs are so mad at us right now.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers don't know shit about sick days or work days.
All right, I'll be quiet in a podcast.
No. Encourage them to go. Well, it's just a weird standard that we've all accepted pretty much across the country. 9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5. Morning,
Nine to
Sam.
5.
Morning, Bob. 9 to 5.
It's not at 5:30 or 6.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to take a lunch break, you don't get paid for that anymore.
You don't?
No, it's not 9 to 5 anymore.
Is that Trump? Did he do that?
No, it's been a long time.
9 to 5.
It's
9 to
bullshit.
5. 9 to 5. Could you imagine? What a weird decision to make. The most significant thing be the productivity.
It's pretty good.
Where's that horn going? Young Jeremy, you hear that? Isn't it respond to your dick? People are like, whoa, what's he punch? People touch you and give you cooties.
Yeah.
He'll zap you.
I want a business. Stop Brooklyn.
얼마나 아픈데?
People simply empty out their bodies with fearful and obedient minds. The color leaves the eye, the voice becomes ugly, and the body, the hair, the fingernails, the shoes, Everything does. Does this sound familiar? A long day looking in front of the computer screen causes an aching feeling behind the eyes. Your legs turn to jelly after spending a long shift behind the cash register. Your skin becomes pale and gray with too much time under fluorescent warehouse lights. The 9 to 5 continues to diminish our morale and humanity. Why are we doomed to this unsustainable way of life? These were the same questions posed by writer Charles Bukowski in a famous letter to his friend John Martin. Born in Germany and raised in 1930s Los Angeles, Charles Bukowski faced a rough childhood marked by abuse, poverty, and bullying. His hardships fostered an early dependency on alcohol. Bukowski attempted to pursue a career in writing in New York after high school, but financial struggles forced his return to LA, where he reluctantly spent almost a decade as a postal clerk. His detest for the 9-to-5 lifestyle became a barrier to his creative aspirations. After his career with the Postal Service, Bukowski wrote an autobiographical novel about his working years, aptly titled Post Office. Its publication launched his career, and he became a literary sensation at age 51. 15 years later, in his famous letter, Bukowski wrote of how 9-to-5 work empties the body and drains the worker of any essential life. It's hard to believe that the 8-hour working day came to be through activism. Between the late 17 and mid-1800s, the Industrial Revolution transformed the working world. Instead of working in the home and sustaining their family off of small trade loops within their community, people started selling their labor to companies. Let's use the textile industry as an example. Mechanization meant clothing was now a good to be bought and sold instead of made in the home, and laborers were required to work the factory floor. They would then use their work money to buy the required goods and services. Working outside the home for a company was a massive economic shift, and it resonates in the modern day. Income and population rose as this change significantly increased global living standards. But an average working day this time could range from 10 to 16 hours, and children were not exempt from the labor force. Rumblings of dissent reverberated among workers as fatigue, sickness, and injury were common in the workplace. So, in the early 19th century, activist Robert Owen proposed standardizing a 10-hour workday. By 1817, an even better proposal of an 8-hour workday gained popularity. Labor activists believed that 8 hours of the day should be dedicated to work, 8 hours to rest, and 8 hours to recreation. This revolution improved working conditions and also productivity. Foremen and managers realized that happy, healthy workers were more productive. But how much of your time off each day, or supposed recreation time, is used to prepare yourself for the next day? Does this tidy division of time work in reality? Your allotted 8 hours for recreation per day quickly dissolves when you add meal prep, commuting, laundry, housework, childcare, and errands into the mix. And at the end of all that, do you even have quality recreation time each day? You spend your evenings in front of the TV, doom scrolling, or playing video games, which is okay in moderation, but the demands of your work life and the activities that require you to be an optimal worker tire you out. You feel too drained to partake in hobbies or activities that would otherwise fulfill you. This is why many people who grow up enjoying books have stopped reading, and many others who would like to pick it up as a hobby struggle to find the time. While we might not have a solution to our capitalistic demise just yet, the sponsor of today's video, Shortform, is the way to learn the ideas from all those books you've always wanted to read. Shortform makes the world's best guides to nonfiction books. They're like superpowered book summaries that expose you to all the key points in a book. One of my favorite books is The Courage to be Disliked, and while I've read the entire book through, I love going back and reading the key ideas on Shortform, just so I'm reminded of its lessons, and thanks to their interactive exercises, it's easy for your workday to extend into the night. You're at shortform.com/aperture, or click the link in the description. Also with the DOS. smartphones and wireless file sharing, it's easy for your workday to extend into the night. You're expected to be on the clock, checking emails and finalizing presentations.
How do I escape this rat race? There must be a way, right? There must be a way. It's a fake. It's all a fake, man. I know, everything's a fake. You gotta unwind. Gotta fucking unwind. Told you to unwind, bro. Stop being a slave. Unwind, 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 man.
Even in your pajamas on the couch. Your work time bleeds over into your rest until you can't see where one role ends and the other begins. Worse, the extra time you've put in at home doesn't exempt you from clocking back in the following day at 9. Even the self-help movement disguises its motives to sneak its way into making you a better participant in capitalism. You're only creating a more productive worker by molding a better you. Things like Atomic Habits, overcoming supposed laziness, and Manifestation promise to lead you to your professional goals while creating a happy, healthier you. Even in your pajamas on the couch. Your work time bleeds over into your rest until you can't see where one role ends and the other begins. Worse, the extra time you've put in at home does also with the dawn of smartphones and wireless file sharing. It's easy for your workday to extend into the night. You're expected to be on the clock, checking emails and finalizing presentations, even in your pajamas on the couch. Your work time bleeds over into your rest until you can't see where one role ends and the other begins. Worse, the extra time you've put in at home doesn't exempt you from clocking back in the following day at 9. Even the self-help movement disguises its motives to sneak its way into making you a better participant in capitalism. You're only creating a more productive worker by molding a better you. Things like Atomic Habits, overcoming supposed laziness, and Manifestation promise to lead you to your professional goals while creating a happy, healthier you. Self-help gurus teach you how to do more with less instead of reassessing the root of why the system has left you broken. Writer and cultural critic Gia Tolentino takes this further in her essay, Always Be Optimizing. According to her, every aspect of modern life is geared towards creating a more efficient you. From workout crazes to salad bars, you never have a moment where you are off the clock in a world that strives to produce the best workers. If you're interested, I have a video about self-improvement where I talk about this further. But if you spend most of your life working or preparing to work for a job you resent or don't enjoy, how can you expect to be happy? Yes, it might be hard to get out of bed in the morning or find motivation, but for some, discontent in the workplace leads to violent outbursts. Ever wonder where the phrase "going postal" comes from? Well, in the late 80s and early 90s, there were a series of workplace shootings in U.S. postal offices across America, killing at least 35 people. The gunmen associated with these murders are classified as workplace avengers. They were often middle-aged white men facing economic anxiety, obsolescence, or possible termination from their job. At the peak of their earning potential, they become resentful when they feel like they aren't making what they should be at work. Their co-workers become symbolic of their fury, which results in violent behavior. Often these homicides were caused by people diagnosed with mental illness or antisocial behavior. Most of the time, they were triggered by wanting to take revenge on a boss or the institution after a firing or reprimand. It's called murder by proxy, where you transfer the identity of your intended victim onto anyone slightly associated with it. The shooters wanted vengeance on their workplace, and their colleagues were, sadly, representative of that place. The Postal Service conducted an internal review to try and find the root cause of this discontent. Of course, there's not one specific reason that links all of these instances of workplace violence, but the nature of the work is a common denominator. There are many structural problems with the U.S. Postal Service that are too tedious to get into here, but one of the findings revealed that rural postal workers are happier than urban ones. Rural workers create their schedules and are in charge of how they carry out their work each day. If they get all the mail delivered by the end of the day, that's the job well done. Urban workers, however, negotiate their workload each day with managers. In urban centers, the Postal Service must squeeze the maximum efficiency out of each worker. They'd rather hand out overtime and overrun the workers they have than hire more. And that one difference, choosing how you will complete your work for the day, is a determining factor of overall happiness at work. Work is whittled down to its most essential parts in industries with winnowing resources. When profit is king, there's no room to innovate your work structure to support workers better. Something happens when workers become starkly aware of their place as a cog in the machine. While most people don't retaliate against the system in a homicidal rage, We spend so much of our lives working that it has an evident influence on our emotional health. Busting your butt to keep a job that you might want is taxing. In this situation, you must maintain cognitive dissonance or disassociation from yourself for 40 hours a week. Because what's the alternative? To exist in modern society, you must generate an income. In his letter, Bukowski likened work to slavery for this reason. Unless you come from immense generational wealth or you're at peace with a monkish existence, work is inevitable. Work that is isolating and repetitive, like in a warehouse or factory, causes your mind to wander, and without proper outlets, you can foster pent-up rage. Your body becomes like a machine, repeatedly fulfilling the same task, an instrument to generate money. Your work denies you your humanity, yet you're doomed to live most of your life in this state. How can most people genuinely claim that they're happy with this system? The vast majority of us won't be as lucky as Charles Bukowski. Bukowski got a ticket out of his grueling manual labor job. Remember John Martin, the friend to whom Bukowski wrote his letter outlining his problems with the 9-to-5? Well, in 1969, Martin offered to pay Bukowski to quit his job at the Postal Service and commit himself full-time to writing. At the time, Bukowski wrote, "I have one of two choices, stay in the post office and go crazy, or stay out here and play at writer and starve. And I've decided to starve." Within his first month as a full-time writer, he finished his debut novel. Martin owned a small press, and as a token of gratitude, Bukowski published with him throughout his illustrious career. But how rare is that? Imagine someone approaches you and offers to fund your passion project for the rest of your life. You would probably quit your day job on the spot. Such an opportunity won't arise for most people. So how do we find a way to cope with this unfulfilling work structure? You can't really opt out, but is there a way to lessen the burden of your 9-to-5? One thing you can do is say no to work when you can. Maintaining a proper work-life balance is crucial to overall health and happiness, but setting those boundaries takes practice. You have to know your worth as a worker and be willing to stand up for yourself. You must take your entitled lunch and break times and refuse to work after your contracted hours without any overtime pay. While Bukowski was cynical about the sanctity of your free time during your workday, you are entitled to it as a worker. And the more workers unite to enforce these rights properly, the less likely employers will abuse them. Hence the importance of unions. If you're a union member, ensure you're fully informed about what your union can do for you. Participate in union votes and strikes and make sure your voice is heard. It's one of the only ways to push change forward in the workplace. Some companies have taken the initiative to change their structure, and after all, our world looks a lot different than it did during the Industrial Revolution. The 40-hour workweek now seems absurd. Shorter, less demanding workweeks prove this arbitrary time designation is obsolete. In an experiment, companies in New Zealand dropped to a 4-day workweek, which resulted in greater workplace happiness without sacrificing that much productivity. Also, working from home, if your industry allows, frees up commuting time and enables you to sneak in some housework between meetings. Workers feel most empowered when they have some say over how their day is spent. Companies that allow their employees to make themselves as happy as possible during the work week help pave the way for a better work-life balance. It is also essential to reclaim your free time, and free time means just that. Moments that you deliberately dedicate to absolutely nothing. Nothing in this context entails anything where you aren't making or spending money. Walking, picnics with friends, reading a book, even just staring off into space. Those alone moments allow you to cultivate a sense of self outside of work. It's unhealthy to lead your life with a sense of doom.
The reason I'm telling you this story is a lot of you are going to find yourself embedded in bureaucracies. And, and there's for better or for worse. And one of the things that is going to happen to you is that people are going to ask you to do stupid and ridiculous things. And the fact that they're asking you to do stupid and ridiculous things is going to do three things to you. One is it'll warp you so that you'll pretend that you agree with it, and then eventually you will, and like good, so much for your soul. And then the other thing is that it'll demotivate you because you'll think, why should I be like slaving away at this job when, you know, I'm being pecked to death by morons with stupid rules? And the third thing that it'll do is make you resentful and irritated, and that will also undermine your motivation and make your life miserable. And so you might think, well, what should you do about that? And the answer to that is, you should object at the earliest possible point, because first of all, you'll find that if you object to radical stupidity when it first emerges, you kind of make people aware of the fact that what they're doing is radically stupid, and they'll usually back off. And so then they won't torture you to death. So, you know, you have to take a risk, which is, oh no, what happens if I complain about this? But, you know, it's another one of those situations where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So if you complain, that'll cause some trouble. Although usually it causes way less trouble than you think, because people are generally not very courageous. And if you push them with some strength when they're doing something absolutely moronic, they'll usually back off because they don't know what to do when they're being challenged. And then you won't have to put up with it for the rest of your life. And so why I'm telling you this is because all sorts of bureaucratic entities, corporations, government institutions, non-profit organizations, anything that's above a certain size, because it doesn't matter if it's government or corporate, it's all the same bloody foolishness when it gets too big, is like those things tend towards totalitarian structures. It's part of the innate danger that's associated with social organization. And so then you might say, well, how do you keep the enterprise that you're part of alive and dynamic, and also keep it a place that a sensible person who's got a proper orientation could stand to work? And the answer is, do not do things you know to be stupid. Stand up and say, look, that's dumb, I'm not doing it. And if they ask you why, then you can say, well, A, I think it's stupid. B, if I do it, I'm going to get irritated and resentful. And also, if I do it, it's going to decrease my motivation. So I'm not doing it. And then if they push you too hard, it's like, hey, it's time for a different job. And that might be the best thing that ever happened to you, because if the structure you're in is going in that direction and you can't stop it, it's like, get the hell out of there and find something else. So it's not that hard to find a job when you already have a job. That's another thing to keep in mind too. You know, whenever you're working, and you will be, especially in the world of today where jobs are relatively uncertain, you should always have an escape route planned, and it should be active, because if you don't have an escape route and you can't get away, you can't say no. And if you can't say no, you can't bargain, and if you can't bargain, you're a slave.
지금 올림프 트레이드가 독보적인 금융 기회를 제안합니다. 차트를 분석하고
능력 위에 가장 큰 부작용.
When Brian and I were first doing this podcast, and we were doing it on like Ustream, we would have 200 viewers, and I wasn't doing it for money. I was literally doing it because my wife had gotten pregnant. We had to move from Colorado back to LA, and I was bummed out. I was like, fuck, I thought I escaped. I thought I got out of LA. I was living in the mountains. I was like, this is what I want. I want to be in nature. I was like, I don't want to be back in this fucking hellhole. Like, all right, let's do something. And so we started doing podcasts just for a goof, because I was doing stand-up. That was all well and good.
Look at how it tied into your stand-up.
Yeah, you know, but my point is, it didn't start out, I didn't start out thinking, this is going to replace my income. This is going to be, I just did it as a passion project. And I think if people have a regular day job, if you could just find one thing you can do as a passion project and just keep building on it, just keep watering it, keep adding fertilizer, keep giving it attention, keep giving it focus, and you can escape. You can escape, and you can be self-serving. You can be okay. You're going to be okay. I think the revolution can be a revolution of action and ideas, and I think that there's a ton of people out there that are probably listening to this that would like to be able to do something else.
Absolutely.
Make furniture.
Well, they don't want a revolution, they want to do something that's not so.
Yeah, if you make furniture for a living, and you feel a great satisfaction out of that, you sell that furniture, look man, making furniture feels good. If you can do that, you can cut those corners perfectly and sand everything down nice and stain it, and then it's done. You get dissatisfied, and you sell it to someone, and that pays your bills. That is infinitely more satisfying than being stuck in some fucking cubicle working for someone that you don't want to work for, having to have these stupid fucking office meetings, talking to people in human resources, sitting down with your supervisor where they evaluate your job performance, and you're not really, you really need to be enthusiastic about this company. This company is your future. This company, be like, fuck, kill me now. There's a lot of people out there that would rather do something else, and I hope they understand that they can. It's never been easy to have a website either. With companies like Squarespace, you can develop a website. You literally build an amazing website and sell your furniture, and you have a free online store with it, and they have these drag and drop user interfaces. You use photos, drag them on there, size them in place, boom. Next thing you know, you've got a website. Sell your furniture, sell whatever the fuck you make. Whether you make clothes or you design backpacks, or there's a lot of people out there that have interests and they never pursue those interests because they're fucking tired from doing some boring, soul-sucking job. If you look at someone who's doing really well, like say if you focus on like Kevin Hart or someone like that, some very famous and successful comedian, all you see is him now, flying around private jets, wearing a new pair of sneakers every day, driving around Bentleys. You just see that. You don't see him being a young kid in Philadelphia, going to open mic nights, scratching and clawing.
MC Hammer selling the tapes out of the hatchback.
All that stuff, man. There's a path, and we think of people like, you see an old person walking down the street, you go, oh, that person's always been an old person. No, that was a baby. That was a baby that became a 90-year-old man. There's a progression that you're not witness to. You don't see it. And that takes place in everything. It takes place in authors. It takes place in comedians and musicians. There's a starting point, and then with time and focus, and as long as you reevaluate and reassess and constantly, objectively look at what you're doing and then pursue it with passion and focus, you get better at things. And you know what? You don't know. It's like, oh, we're too saturated. No, it's not stupid. Just do something that's good. Stop saying it's saturated. If you're good, it'll stand out. This idea that, oh, it's easy for you, sir. Everyone's got these stupid barriers they put in their own head. You got to resist those goddamn things because they don't do you any good, and they certainly define the potential for your future in a negative way. It's not self-serving, and it's not even real. You put this artificial ceiling on the potential for what you're doing. If you hit a wall, okay, that just means you need to regroup and rethink. It doesn't mean that wall's there, especially when it comes to something like social media or like a podcast, something where you're putting out a piece of art, you're putting out something that you created. There's no wall as far as like how many people are going to enjoy it or how far it's going to go. It's just, it is what it is, and if people don't like it, make it better. If they like it less, fix that. You figure out a way to do it. You can do that. And this idea that there's no way to get past the starting block today is just ludicrous. It's crazy. And it's just this poor thinking. And people that are trapped in bad situations, one of the problems is you feel like this is your future. You feel like you're fucked and you can't get out of that. There's no hope. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's no rainbow. And if you feel like that, that alone can be incredibly defining and limiting. But if you can look at yourself objectively and say, okay, I kind of am fucked here. I'm in credit card debt. I'm working in a shitty job. I don't like what I'm doing, but I have some ideas. I need to feed those fucking ideas. I need to feed them and water them, and I need to set aside a certain amount of time every day to just try to make those things happen. You can do that. When Brian and I were first doing this podcast and we were doing it on like Ustream, we would have 200 viewers. And I wasn't doing it for money. I was literally doing it because my wife had gotten pregnant. We had to move from Colorado back to LA, and I was bummed out. I was like, fuck, I thought I escaped. I thought I got out of LA. I was living in the mountains. I was like, this is what I want. I want to be in nature. I was like, I don't want to be back in this fucking hellhole. I'm like, all right, let's do something. And so we started doing podcasts just for a goof because I was doing stand-up. That was all well.
But look at how it tied into your stand-up.
Yeah, well, but my point is, didn't start out. Change is you have to put aside enough money to give yourself a window. And then you have to have a plan. And you have to spend all your waking hours outside of whatever shit job you do planning your escape. So whatever you're doing, you have to do it like your life depends on it. Change is you have to put aside enough money to give yourself a window. And then you have to have a plan. And you have to spend all your waking hours outside of whatever shit job you do planning your escape. So whatever you're doing, you have to do it like your life depends on it. Change is like I don't have any interest in like taking an easy job, a safe job where I know I'm gonna get a paycheck every week. That's never interested me. That seems like prison. I've never been able to do it. And I always thought that I was a loser because I couldn't do that. Because other people could work hard and they can get a good job and they would get security. I felt like when I was young, there was something wrong with me that I couldn't do that. Because I grew up in New England. And in Boston, everybody worked hard. There's like a hard blue-collar sort of environment where everybody couldn't do it. These guys all showed up for work every day at 7 a.m. I wanted to kill myself. The way you can change is you have to put aside enough money to give yourself a window. And then you have to have a plan. And you have to spend all your waking hours outside of whatever shit job you do planning your escape. And you have to come to the realization very clearly that you fucked up. You got yourself stuck. So whatever you're doing, you have to do it like your life depends on it. The way you can change is you have to put aside enough money to give yourself a person who can become autonomous, a person who can have their own job where it's their business or it's their product that they're selling or their art that they're selling or this is something we can be self-sufficient. That is the biggest freedom that a person can have in this culture. And most people don't have that freedom. A person who can thinking this is going to replace my income. This is going to be, I just did it as a passion project. And I think if people have a regular day job, if you could just find some one thing you can do as a passion project and just keep building on it, just keep watering it, keep adding fertilizer, keep giving it attention, keep giving it focus, that would like to be able to do something else.
Absolutely.
Make furniture.
Well, they don't want a revolution, they want to do something that's not sold.
Yeah, if you
we would just, like I just am thankful that I don't have to walk into an office and like have to
help people
participate in that because I did it for years, but like that fake, phony bullshit culture of like, hello, and good to see you.
It's so bad for your head.
Yeah,
you have to do it all day long. You're not free to get out of it.
And it really.
Elon Musk on how to build a business.
How do you plan a business where you walk a business, some of these things are going to blow up and then launch your head? How does the business plan work?
I don't really have a business plan. Yeah, I haven't had a business. I had a business plan way back in a few days. But these things are just always wrong. So I just didn't bother with business plans after that.
How do you plan a business where you walk a business, some of these things are going to blow up and then launch your head? How does the business plan work?
I don't really have a business plan. Yeah, I haven't had a business. I had a business plan way back in the
2 days. But these things are just always wrong.
True.
If you're a new company, I mean, unless it's like some new industry or new market that, if it's an untapped market, then you have more ability to, the standard is lower for your product service. But if you're entering anything where there's an existing marketplace against large entrenched competitors, then your product or service needs to be much better than theirs. It can't be a little bit better, because then you put yourself in the shoes of the consumer and they say, why would you buy it as a consumer? You're always going to buy the trusted brand unless there's a big difference. So a lot of times, entrepreneur will come up with something which is only slightly better. And it can't just be slightly better.
In starting a company, I had nothing. I had no income source. So we found that an office was actually cheaper than an apartment in Silicon Valley. So we got this dinky little office that had a leaky roof. It was just the nastiest place you can imagine. And you lived in it. And I lived.
I don't trust you with that.
What does the theoretical perfect product look like? And that theoretical perfect product is going to be a moving target, because as you learn more, the definition of for that perfect product will change, because you don't actually know what the perfect product is, but you can successfully approximate a more perfect product. So thinking about it like that, and then saying, okay, now what tools, methods, materials, whatever, do we need to create in order to get the atoms in that shape? But people very rarely think about it that way. What does the theoretical perfect product look like? And that theoretical perfect product is going to be a moving target, because as you learn more, the definition of for that perfect product will change, because you don't actually know what the perfect product is, but you can successfully approximate a more perfect product. So thinking about it like that, and then saying, okay, now what tools, methods, materials, whatever, do we need to create in order to get the atoms in that shape? But people very What is the perfect?
That's actually good advice.
Do you think people that want to be useful today should get PhDs?
Mostly not.
Cost of power is making it almost a luxury item.
Wow. Really?
Really?
I didn't know it's that expensive. Australia has so many natural resources. I mean, even if you go the fossil fuel route, the electricity should be very cheap.
There are Australians today wondering if they can even turn on their lights. There are Australians today wondering, well, should we go without some food?
Sure.
That's just not something you would ever expect.
I did.
I was just absolutely obsessed with truth.
You first have to say what is the goal, and once you have what is the goal, you can then measure the various designs against that goal. Otherwise, I'm saying how are you evaluating why is one design better than another? What's your goal? It's got to be a goal. So the goal is get enough tonnage to Mars and enough people to make Mars self-sustaining as quickly as possible. So then you say, okay, let's back up the math on this. We're gonna need a lot of tonnage. Maybe, I don't know, 100,000 tons, maybe 1 million tons. So you can't be faffing around with the.
That's where his physics background comes to use.
How did you get the expertise to be the?
This is Elon Musk, his daily routine. Elon Musk's daily routine is pretty simple. Work, eat, sleep. And work takes up a lot of that time. With a bedtime around 1 a.m., Musk typically wakes up around 7 a.m., getting 6 to 6.5 hours of sleep. This is his sweet spot, because there's one daily habit he'll always find time for: showering. Musk says that's where he gets a lot of his ideas. Who knew? Don't forget. This is Elon Musk, his day.
How did Elon Musk get so rich? The tech giant and richest person in the world offered to buy Twitter for $43 billion, so he's clearly doing all right for himself. Musk's wealth is estimated at $265 billion, which is more money than many countries have. He was born in South Africa, where his first big deal was when he was 12, selling a video game to a magazine. By 1999, Elon and his brother had built and sold a software company. He used the money to buy PayPal, which he later sold to eBay for $165 million. In 2002, he founded SpaceX, a company that now sends astronauts into space and is worth $100 billion. But it's Tesla, a company he bought in 2004, where he made the bulk of his cash. The electric car maker has made a lot of money in the past couple of years.
Exhausting to do. I'm happy I don't have to do that.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
You went through it. I unfortunately never had a.
Peter Bregan says it destroys brain cells, bro. That's what Peter Bregan said.
Exhausting.
There's a simple way to understand psychiatric drugs. They are neurotoxic. They poison brain cells. They destroy liver cells often. They destroy thyroid cells often. Skin cells produce terrible rashes. So if you take any neurotoxin, what you get is apathy. You get occasional euphoria, artificial high, and because they afflict the frontal lobes, because they all massively cross the blood-brain barrier, they're hitting everywhere in the brain. They're infiltrating the whole circulatory system of the brain. The brain just becomes indifferent. You're just not engaged in life anymore. Nothing quite matters to you as much anymore. And then you develop what I call medication spellbinding. You develop the inability.
Дай ему в руки, блядь. Что такое? Чему должен быть? Ты уже обронился нахуй. Дай ему в руки потихонечку, блядь. Держи ему. Держи его. Подержи ему руки, блядь. Подержи ему руки, говорю. Дай я сам. Дай я сам. Давай. Тихо, не трогай меня.
Dude, I'm happy I don't have to do that.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. You know,
you went through it. I unfortunately never had an office job. I had a lot of shitty jobs.
Yeah.
But there were never any office jobs.
I went through it. I went through that. The fake, nice, hi, hey.
Dude.
I went through people pulling you aside, telling you all their problems with another person. You have nothing to do with it. And they're like, you know, this is how Chuck fucked me on this. You promised me this. And I didn't get it. You know, and you're sitting there going, oh, yeah, that. Oh, that's unfortunate. And you have nothing to do with any of it. That's what a lot of it is. Just wasting time getting up. I'll go to the bathroom. You take a loop around the hall. You walk around the office one way. Oh, I'll take the long way. So you don't have anything to do. You got to look busy. Taking files out of your desk. Oh, let me call these people. Like, you know, it's a lot of it's looking busy. A lot of it's fucking, oh, lunch. Finally, the one part of the day I can fucking leave.
Yeah.
You know, oh, I can go smoke a cigarette in the parking lot and feel like a human being. And then you have to go back. And you're like, fuck, we're back, you know?
It's a prison for people.
It is.
That's what it is.
It's a prison.
It's a prison. And people get stuck in it and they don't know what the fuck to do and they can't get out of it because now they bought a bunch of shit.
And the game for most people is to make your life as good as you can outside of there so then you go, fuck it. Like, I have a great family and I'm this is for them.
Yeah.
Providing for them.
Yeah.
I go on vacation, enjoy it, and I make my house nice and I enjoy being in my house. Because most people, when you go into an environment like that, you just, you know, you're losing all sense of who you are. You have to mold into this. Dumb corporate, you know, like corporations are always kind of corralling you into these things, and like, you know, that's why they do all the corporate events. It's like,
It's so unnatural. So unnatural for people to not just interact that way and be stuck inside all day.
한국에서 여행 갈 곳 있냐?
Like that, but also to like exist in this fucking culture where everybody's full of shit all day, agreeing that they're all full of shit.
Oh yeah, and it's just part of what it is. And like that, I did it for a while. When I was in a sales office, we had a little more freedom, but it's still the same type of office where a lot of it is, you know, based on these weird relationships where you're kind of like, okay, we're here.
Yeah.
We're all just here. And we all have to find something about each other we can tolerate.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah.
나 은행 가서 카드 먼저 만들어야겠다. 일단 할 수 있는 것부터 해. 대출도 알아보고. 필요 이상으로 녹음할 필요 없어, 지금. 어차피 다 들 것도 아니고 더 복잡해져.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're stuck with people day in, day out.
That's right.
They annoy the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
Want you to believe their politics. Want you to listen to their fucking justifications for things.
That's right. Thank God. We thank God we don't have to do that.
Thank God.
Thank God.
I knew I never could. I always thought I was destined to be a fucking loser because I
Right.
couldn't keep a job. I did zero ambition to have like a job in an office somewhere.
You wanted to escape, as Andrew Tate would say, to escape the matrix. You know, you did it. If you can do it, you can do it. Not everyone can do it.
But I didn't think I was doing it.
No.
That's my point, is that I wasn't doing it saying I'm escaping the matrix.
Yeah.
I was thinking I'm such a fucking loser.
Yeah.
I can't discipline myself enough to have
Right.
a job like all these other people who I'm seeing succeeding.
Right.
I can't do it.
Never gonna be like that. I'm gonna be like those businessmen, bro. 사업가. 사업가 될 거야. Never too late. It's never too late. I'm gonna escape the matrix. 자금으로 그때 잘 나왔으니까 사업이라게 시도해보면 최대한 많이 시도해볼 수 있게 그 사업 최대한 많이 시도해볼 수 있게 최대한 많이 시도해볼 거니까 자금으로 좀 드롭shipping 같은 거 드롭shipping 시도해볼 거야. 드롭shipping I'm gonna start dropshipping.
want to rule? Do you see the problems in your country and know how to fix them? If only you had the power to do so. Well, you come to the right place. But before we begin this lesson in political power, ask yourself, why don't rulers see as clearly as you, instead acting in such selfish, self-destructive, short-sighted ways? Are they stupid, these most powerful people in the world, or is it something?
That I could not exist in a regular job.
사업할 거야 나. 드랍시핑도 할 거고 나는 그런 거 할 거야. 드랍시핑도 하고 온라인 그런 거. 대학 안 갈 거야. 대학 안 갈 거야. 난 사업할 거야. 사업.
I didn't have it, whatever it was.
Yeah, it's a thing. You know you don't have it. It's kind of scary. Like, oh no, I'm not gonna have a straight life. Oh no, what am I gonna do?
It was like it was radioactive. Like I would take construction jobs, and it was like I was being poisoned.
Yeah.
You know, it was like literally like I was getting
Yeah,
radiation.
you feel like you're dying.
Yeah.
You're young and you're awake. And you're like, I'm dying. This is killing me. I thought I was gonna have a life with those jobs. So I went out of high school. I went one semester at American University in Washington D.C. trying to see if I liked college. I liked learning. I just didn't like, I hated school. So another 4 years on a student loan, like one semester. It took me so many years to earn my way out of that debt. And so I just kind of went into the working world going, this is going to be rough. I mean, this is going to hurt. It's going to be swollen feet and a lot of top ramen noodles and no sleep in my crap apartment, but this is my life. And I felt like someone was strangling me because I just knew, I didn't know where I was going to go or what I should be doing, but I knew that this wasn't it.
Yeah.
Like this was going to kill me.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out there like that, and for some awful reason, they never find whatever it is that can break them free. They never catch a ride on that river out.
Yeah.
And I got lucky. I found stand-up comedy, and I think a lot of it had come from martial arts too. I fought a lot and I competed a lot in martial arts tournaments. I think that from that, I realized that like these unconventional paths, they brought me something that I wasn't getting from regular life. It brought me self-esteem. It gave me this feeling that I wasn't a loser. It was the only thing that I'd ever done my whole life where I said, wow, maybe I'm not a loser.
Right.
I kind of thought I was an outcast and a loser. And then all of a sudden I was successful at something, only because I was obsessed with it. But then I knew there was no way I was ever going to be able to hold a regular job. And then I got lucky when I was 21 and I found stand-up. And so from then on, I kind of like locked into this thing where I'm just going to do what I like and fuck what everybody says, because everybody's giving me advice to do this and advice to do that. And it never seems to be what I want to do.
And their advice is coming from a different world.
Yeah.
And they mean well, but they're coming from the whole other value system and a whole other expectation of their own lives and what your life should be and all of that. And all of it is, it's not poison, but it's just kind of anathema to every breath you're taking, and it's ultimately useless. Because and they're always going to tote that line. That's what they got. Like you got what you've got. So when you say, "Here's how I do it," they're like, "You're crazy, man." And then you look at them in that job, and you're like, "You're the crazy one amongst us," because I couldn't handle wearing that tie every day and taking it from that dude.
Yeah, and some people I guess like the corporate world. I got lucky and I found a bunch of shit that I like. And if you had said to me, if you asked me if I was, outside of my life, and if I didn't know that I existed, and said, "Do you think it's possible to be a cage fighting commentator / stand-up comedian?" I'd be like, "No,
Right.
those didn't go together."
There's a bravery that one takes when one embraces the straight world that I simply don't have. There's a level of guts where you're like, well, I don't really like this job, but I love my family. I'm going to do the right thing. I don't have a family, so I'm not tethered to that value. I admire it. And if I was a dad,
대학 안 갈 거야. 대학 안 갈 거고. 온라인으로 내가 다 배우고 할 테니까 돈 좀 달라고.
standing up. But there's a kind of guts where you just get on that bus.
온라인으로 이것저것 혼자 다 배울 거야. 혼자 배울 거야. 혼자 배울 거니까. 그랬으니까. 배울 거니까. 학교 안 갈 거고. 내가 직접 배울 거니까.
Every day, like, damn man, I don't like this job, and you grimly hold on to your sack lunch and you just go do it. I think like my mom and my dad, I don't know them that well, but they were very hardworking people, and I'm not sure how much they ever really loved their jobs. Like, I can't wait to go to the office. They just kind of went, I'm an adult, and this is what you do, and they just kind of put themselves through that grinder and turn the handle themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and they just. And I think a lot of people all over the world, they just kind of grimly set their jaw and go, I'm an adult. And they go out into it. And you look at a guy like Iggy Pop, you know, who could never have a straight job. It would just be, the thing would fall over.
Right.
Because he's an artist, he's the real thing. And it's innovation, but it's an intolerance. And it's, for me, just a lack of courage to toe that line. I'm like, man, I just don't have it. I don't have the stamina to go into that building every day for 28 years. Like my dad went to one building for his whole life was one corporation he worked for, and then he stopped.
여기 인생 첫 9to5 근무를 맛본 한 미국 MZ 세대가 있습니다.
I get on the train at 7:30 and I don't get home till like 6:15 earliest, and then like I don't have time to do anything.
그녀는 너무 긴 근무 시간에 삶이 무기력해졌다고 호소하죠.
I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. Like I don't have energy to work out. Like that's out the window. Like I'm so upset. Oh my god.
그리고 퇴근 시간이 너무 늦는 것 때문에 시간적인 여유를 잃었다고 느낍니다.
The 9 to 5 schedule in general is crazy. How do you have friends? Like how do you have time to like I don't know. Like how do you have time for like dating? Like I don't have time for anything. You know, like so stressed out.
이 영상은 공개 후 좋아요 29만 개와 2만 8천 개 가량의 댓글이 달리며 큰 관심을 받았는데요. 현지 누리꾼들은 이 여성의 눈에 크게 공감한 반면 국내 누리꾼들은 5시에만 퇴근해도 감사할 것 같다. 정도면 한국에선 꿀직장이다 등의
다시 퇴근이 되면 난 웃지란 말이야.
You know, he's alive or dead, but he was that guy in that building every damn day, like hours and hours.
There is a dance that when you discuss these things, like you don't want to disparage anybody that genuinely has shown courage in grinding it out
Because
for their
it
family.
does take courage. Yeah, I just don't have it. I'm saying I consider them people in the real world, and in my life, I don't think I really live in the real world that much. I live in my self-invented Henry world.
Right.
And I saw this video of Lady Gaga. I don't know much about her music, but she did this long.
폭파적이야. 폭파적. 맞죠. 그럼.
But there's people inside the rat race that can, within the rat race, create a plan to get out. The problem is not that right now you're working a 9 to 5, is that you don't have a plan to get out of the 9 to 5. I did the 9 to 5. You did the 9 to 5. There's nothing wrong with the 9 to 5 as long as you know that you're stuck in the 9 to 5. As long as, one, you're not complaining. That's a big one, dude. People fucking go, oh, my job shit, my job shit. Do you know how much negative attention and negative energies attached to you looking at your life and being like, oh, this is a shit job. Bro, you shouldn't be clocking into your job and becoming like the COO. Like that should be your ambition. If you're gonna go into a company, go all in. But the problem is people are mediocre in their education. They're mediocre in their 9 to 5 job. They're mediocre with their fitness. They're mediocre with their spirituality. They're mediocre with basically every area of your life, and they want a non-mediocre, extraordinary.
The only way to get out of the rat race is via a thing called a financial statement. After a financial statement. Your financial statement is what your banker wants to see. I just borrowed $31 million a couple of weeks ago where I paid a property in Austin, Texas. If I didn't have a strong financial statement, I couldn't borrow $31 million. And so what's happening today is the lower middle class who went to school, they got their jobs and all this stuff, they're being wiped out, while the rich are getting richer because everything the Fed prints stays in the asset class, not the business.
그래서 집이 중요하구나. 집이 진짜.
We're all in this rat race where we think if we take a day off, we're falling behind, and if we fall behind, we'll never be able to catch up. When in truth, like that's why I put that tweet out that I put out that everyone seemed to like, that's pinned on my thing. That the life's longer than life's short, but it's actually long. You need to go out and have lots of different experiences. And like David Epstein talks about in Range, try many, many, many things, most of which you'll probably be shitty at. But ultimately, you'll find that thing that lights you up, and then you'll realize by pursuing that all those other experiences find a way to contribute to you becoming this, kind of unique, actualized person.
Only to realize.
Right.
What if you lived your whole life only to realize that it was wrong? Our greatest fear should not be of failure, but of succeeding at things in life that don't really matter. We seek purpose in life, but do we seek the rat race? Living life just for the weekend, or living life just on the weekend? Because the other 5 days belong to your manager. The only way to get people to like working hard is by motivating them. Today, people must understand why they're working hard. Oftentimes, people make the mistake of getting stuck. Your life is certainly some sort of journey, and sometimes we might not be aware that we're taking the wrong path.
Welcome to the rat race. You have a new life, a new job, and new goals.
In pursuit of your goals, you are woken up at 6:30 a.m. by an alarm. You then drag yourself out of bed, shower, and brush your teeth quickly so you can get to work in time. Don't forget to force feed yourself too. Most people catch the subway, but if you've been in the race long enough, you may have a car. Every morning the routine is to crawl the traffic with others, just like you, to get to work another day in pursuit of your goals. Your goal is to get a promotion, to get a better pay. You need that better pay to pay off that car you're driving, and the rent you owe because you chose to live closer to your work. Soon the time will come where you can pay it off. Then once that's done, you want better clothes, a better house, a better car, and a bigger TV. As your income increases, so does your credit card debts. You must work harder. The harder you work, you are drawn into this busy mechanical world. Time seems to go by faster, months come by sooner, and you become part of a machine that profits for someone else's success. The system has got you thinking that this life is normal. You are told to be grateful for your job. They have lured you with retirement benefits and told you when and how many weeks each year you are free for a holiday. You have become their slave. It has become a life of fear. You must race in order to pay your debts, in order to sustain what you think is life. The trouble is, most people do not live, they just race. They are trying to reach some goal far away in the horizon, and they focus so hard on getting there that they forget all the beautiful things life presents along the way. And when they finally awaken from this race, they find that they are too old, realizing there is no difference whether the goal was reached or not. Unless one is able to live fully in the present, the future is a hoax. There is no point whatsoever making plans for a future, which you will never be able to enjoy. You will never be able to sit back with full contentment and say, now I've finally arrived.
I think so many of you out there, you're existing. A lot of people out here, it still amazes me. They believe the government care about them. What the government wants is slaves.
मैट्रिक्स 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 इस वर्ड को बार बार बोल के
Out of all the ways to make money online nowadays, is dropshipping actually worth it? As you guys know, I make 6 figures per month with my dropshipping stores, and that works out great for me, but is it the right business model for you? Let's look at some of the other business models out there. Obviously, there's the Amazon FBA, where you're going to need to buy your inventory in bulk. There's crypto, where you're going to need some initial funds to have to invest, right? And you have to overcome the risks. Very volatile market. Real estate makes the most millionaires, but gonna need some funds and some experience, which is gonna come with time. You're gonna definitely need a mentor for that as well. When it comes to NFTs, we know 95% of those projects are scams. Contrary to popular belief, when it comes to dropshipping, I love it because you can start up fast. I can build a website in the next 24 hours. I can have immediate cash flow, and I don't need a huge marketing budget, which is what most people think.
E-commerce and especially dropshipping was honestly a viable model for beginners. The thing is now, if you want to get into e-commerce, you actually need a branded product. You need supply chains. You need a good manufacturer. You need distribution channels. And the thing most people forget is you need really good customer support. All of that, and then also remember the margins. I've seen it time and time again where people will spend $500,000 on ads on a product that has 50% margin. And just so they can be like, oh, I'm making $1 million a month with my e-commerce store. You know, they make a bunch of YouTube videos about this and that, and you can do the math. 500,000 ad spend on a 50% margin product. This person's not making any money. You know, especially with chart. Max refund dispute.
First off, most YouTubers are lying about how much money they're making from dropshipping. For example, let's say that a YouTuber claims to make $50,000 a month from their drop shipping business. Nice. To do $50,000 a month in sales with a drop shipping website is really hard, and that's because 50% of all e-commerce sales come from Amazon. People just don't really buy things from drop shipping websites like they used to. The second reason why drop shipping is dead, and that's because competition. Let's say you get lucky and you find a product with good margins and you find a unique way to actually sell your product. There's nothing stopping other people from selling that exact same product. The third reason why drop shipping is dead. Now a brand can go to Amazon and add their product to Amazon's giant website. On top of that, the brand can actually create their own website very easily and take 100%.
He's just trying to eliminate competition.
Amazon's a completely different business model. So once I had already made hundreds of thousands with dropshipping, I ventured into what's called Amazon wholesale. This one, you have to have money, right? So at this point, I already had like money in my account, so I can get into Amazon, because with Amazon, you actually have to front the inventory. I'm opening up wholesale accounts with big name brands like EG, Logitech, Sony. I'm buying their products in bulk at wholesale price, and I'm selling it for retail on Amazon. Over 50% of
Much money in the world. During COVID, when everyone's complaining, when you see a man like me,
Ronaldo. Wait, how do you?
How much money did you make last year? I did 113 million in revenue last year. How old are you? I'm 26. God damn, bro. How much did you spend on school? Too much. 250,000. Do you own your own business? I do. How much did it cost to start your business? $1,000. If you could write a book about your career thus far, what would you title it? Proud but never satisfied. And what do you do for a living? I sell watches and I wrap cars.
Source, trust me, bro. Net revenue 113 million, net profit 30K. Yeah, this is more accurate. Fake ass though.
Awesome. What do you think about cryptocurrency? Are you invested?
Yeah, so I'm a proponent of crypto. I do use crypto, Bitcoin, ETH, the big ones.
Okay.
I think that chasing crypto pumps is now over. The bull run's over. The stupid money is gone. I see they launch these coins, and then they start a Telegram community. And everyone's like, "Yeah, we're all in this together." No, you're.
That's so true.
Can you taste one?
Here are 4 ways to make $800 a day using ChatGPT. The first method is to sell birthday cards with a poem on Etsy. Cards like these can make well over 100,000. Check out this store. They've made 21,000 sales at $5. So access ChatGPT at this link. Tell it to write me a Scottish birthday poem. It's going to write it for you. Create a listing like this on Etsy, and Printful.com can automatically fulfill all of your orders. You don't need to get involved. They even ship it anywhere in the world. Number 2 is go to Upwork.com and search for proofreader jobs. There are many jobs with high budgets, and you can get ChatGPT to proofread it.
Best way to make money is tell people how to make money. Let's get people into wasting their time.
Here are 4 ways to make.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm good. Is the age of making money really over?
The biggest financial mistake you will ever make was being born after 1980. Homes are unaffordable, you will need a loan to go to college, jobs are... The biggest financial mistake you will ever make was being born after 1980. Homes are unaffordable. Affordable, you will need a loan to go to college, jobs are scarce, and financial meltdowns are common. If you are young being born after 1980, homes are unaffordable, you will need a loan to go to college, jobs are scarce, and financial meltdowns are common. If you are a young person, you have to ask yourself, is it too late for me to ever get ahead financially?
Millennials might be the unluckiest generation when it comes to economic growth.
Millennials are having a really difficult time affording down payments for homes. It's everybody, and that is according to a new study.
Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Paul Allen, Steve Ballmer, Eric Schmidt, and Vinod Khosla all have some things in common. These men were all tech billionaires who were born in 1955. According to the author and journalist Malcolm Gladwell, this is no coincidence. Gladwell argues that Bill Gates wouldn't have founded Microsoft if he wasn't born at just the right time. 1955 was the right time to be born if you wanted to be a tech billionaire because you would have been the right age in 1975 to capitalize on the personal computer revolution right as it was beginning. If you were born after 1980, you were the right age to start paying 5 figures for college tuition, 6 figures for a basic home, and entering the job market after the dot-com bust, the global financial crisis, or the COVID-19 pandemic. Gladwell's original inspiration for his book Outliers were New York corporate lawyers. We take it for granted that there's this guy in New York who's the corporate lawyer, right? I was just curious, why is it all the same guy? Referring to the fact that a surprising number of the most powerful and successful corporate lawyers in New York City have almost the exact same biography. Gladwell noticed that people ascribe Bill Gates' success to being really smart or really ambitious. He noted that he knew a lot of people who are really smart and really ambitious, but not worth $60 billion. Tech billionaires are not the only group this happens to. A common and seemingly unavoidable problem with online role-playing games is that long-term players who started the game when it first launched have had time to level up their characters, collect the best gear, and build in-game fortunes. The game developer needs new players to join the game to grow their revenue base, or at a minimum, replace players that get bored with the game and cancel their subscriptions. New players will be competing with existing players who have more actual experience behind the keyboard and have higher-level characters in the game that new players just can't compete with. Nobody wants to spend their free time getting honed on an old video game, so developers must choose one of two options. Option 1, reduce the gap between new players and old players and risk making their most loyal customers angry. Or option 2, let the level gap grow so new players can't compete and let the game slowly die as it loses players. Back in the real world, we are being faced with exactly the same challenges, and there are 4 big reasons why young people may never get ahead financially. The first reason is job opportunities. Working a job is how most people build wealth. Even people who go on to be successful business owners normally get their start in a professional career where they can build up skills, gain connections, and earn enough money to go out on their own. The average age of retirement has been slowly increasing in America for a long time now, and that isn't just affecting people
That's not true. They never have 9 to 5.
of their careers. It's also affecting young people. If people have to work longer before retiring, then there is less room at the top of the corporate ladder for young people to move up into. Despite this, millennials make more money than any other generation did at their age, and they are less wealthy because to access most high-paying jobs, they have been forced to work in high-cost-of-living cities. Here, they are competing with senior professionals at the penultimate years of their careers, but still aren't quite ready to retire yet. These were people who were able to buy homes in these cities before they became unaffordable. When baby boomers were around the same age as millennials are today, they controlled 22% of the nation's wealth compared to just 7% controlled by millennials. It's a chicken and egg scenario. Older generations need wealth to retire, and younger generations need older generations to retire in order to build wealth. Nobody wins, but young people lose. So it's time to learn how money works to find out if you're a young person, if it's too late for you to ever get ahead financially, or if you were born before 1980, to find out how long your children will be living at home. This week's lesson was sponsored by Course Group. If you want to start a career in the technology industry, but don't have previous experience or degree, then Course Careers is here to help. They're replacing college at careers.com. Remember to use the code Gladwell's 1955 tech growth theory has some problems. There are lots of billionaires in the tech space that were born long after the 1960s. Mark Zuckerberg, the apparently human overlord of Meta, is worth $97 billion and he was born in 1984. Outliers always exist, but Zuck is the exception that proves the rule. Gates and Zuckerberg are the financial pinnacle of their generations, but Gates is still wealthier than Zuck after giving away $80 billion more to charities through his foundation. If Gates had held on to his shares in Microsoft in the same fashion that Zuck has held on to his shares in Meta, then Gates would have a net worth of almost $700 billion, which would make him almost twice as wealthy as Musk. I am not asking you to feel sorry for Zuck, but the investment opportunity difference exists for normal people from these two generations as well. Any investment made into the market from someone who started their career in 1970 would have quickly compounded as long as they didn't sell during big downturns. The market averaged 11% returns over that time, but most analysts agree that the last century was exceptional for the market and future returns are likely to be lower. Vanguard's projected returns for equities over the next decade are 4.1 to 6.1% annually, with median volatility of 17%. Vanguard is an investment manager with a financial interest in getting people into the market, so their bearish outlook would not have been made without rigorous analysis. The reasons cited for the projected sluggish returns were the cost of complying with new data security and environmental regulations, greater barriers to cross-border revenue, and the lower spending power of young consumers. That's right, it's your own fault for not spending enough. If getting ahead financially means saving $500,000 over your 40-year career to fund a nice retirement, it will be much harder if the analysts are right. Someone investing just $60 a month with 11% returns would have made $500,000 over 40 years. If you want to achieve the same amount with even the most optimistic outlook on Vanguard's projections of 6.1%, you would need to invest $250 a month for the same time. For a lot of you, it may be easy to find $250 a month in your budget, but if that's the case, you probably wouldn't be satisfied with just $500,000 in retirement. Financial planners tell people to budget 70% of their income to use in retirement. So if you're someone who's earning $100,000 a year at the end of your career, budget to spend $70,000 a year in retirement. Lower returns means you will be more. That sobering realization, without a high income, investing is not going to make you rich by itself. If you have an average income today, you are going to live a less comfortable life than someone with an average income 40 years ago. You will not be able to accidentally build wealth by cutting out minor luxuries. You are going to need a dedicated and fairly aggressive savings plan, which is the third. But renters are not allowed to do the same with their rent payments. Renters can also be kicked out of their homes, and they need to absorb the cost of moving, cleaning, and paying rent on two properties for the overlap period, lest they be homeless while waiting to move into a new place. If you are a renter, this is all reducing your ability to save money that you need to buy your own place or do anything else to get ahead financially. Getting a down payment together can now take more than a decade of dedicated savings in high cost of living cities. And for young people that are able to overcome this hurdle, the problems only just start there. Most people cannot.
Paying for college, letting them live at home until they have money saved, which is never leaving. Having connections at big corporations. Even just growing up in a nicer place, your parents put you gains friends who help you later in life. If you struggle, good chance your kids will also sad. It's just how society is. All these new alternative investments are just preying on people's financial insecurity. Except the waste service sector now pandemic. It's not all bad though. Bro. You know what? All this fucking it's all bullshit in the end anyways. I gotta sleep.
So I can go to 10. That's 6. Or 30 p.m. or 55 or 25 p.m. From 50 to 450. I don't know. Combat the system, I really don't know. What's right and what's wrong? The age of making money is over. We all know that. I gotta sleep though. Man, too much. Nothing's permanent. We all know this. We all know this. We all know this. It's a fake. See? Bro, we gotta figure out a way to think, bro. 딱 망하기 좋아, 4번 주의는.
아, 이거 지랄지랄한 거. 어떻게든 거슬러 올라가. 좀. 수상력 받고. 샹이야. 시발라. As soon as you try to think above the system, you get crushed by a wall, man. You gotta think above the system, bro. The system's not above you. You're above the system. Oh, 피곤하다. Alright, let's sleep. 그런가? 자본주의 체제로 바뀌었나? 모르겠다. $30 for 45. Yeah, we'll wake up then.
Purchase a home in cash, they need to get a home loan, which means a place to live becomes a monthly expense. People buying housing now are going to be hit with high prices and high interest rates. Locking in a high interest
절대 강해져야 된다. 복종하지 마실 때. 할 일만 하고 다른 거에 삶을 투자하는 게
I'm gonna end the stream.
I am in the stream, guys. 7:35.